Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you have a lovely day. Let's see if this is gonna work. So I have not streamed Final Fantasy. I think I streamed it once. So hopefully all my settings are correct. Hopefully all of the things do what they're supposed to. Alright, so let's push button. See if we get the screen. Do we get the game screen? We do indeed get a game. That is awesome. Alright, sounds good. Alright. Go ahead and get her logged in. And of course there's a queue. I don't know if any of you play, but that is my bard, and she basically just does fashion report. Yeah, she gets to go play dress up for the fashion report every week. Oh my god, that is not who we're gonna play on today. Well, it's who, but not which job. So I'm gonna have to switch her clothes, switch her job. I wanted to check out an outfit I saw on somebody the last time I was doing the fashion report. So I want to check and see if I have the things. I know I have the false nails or claws. I have claws. I may or may not have the false nails. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit as soon as I remember where to do it at. The music is always a little loud, which doesn't bother me when I'm playing alone, but can I turn down just the music? Background music. Alright, let's see. I know it's not as bad when I'm not in here. So let's just... tiniest bit. I'm gonna leave this here. Let me know if I need to adjust any more of the settings, please. Because like I said, I don't normally stream this. That's not what I wanted, but we can update that, sure. Gear set, Dragoon. What is my dog? Oh, she's still wearing her swimming outfit. This is my let's get ready for the new expansion summertime outfit. I'm gonna change that. So, we're gonna go to Limsa. Okay, what's happening? That was very delayed and weird. Oof. Huh. Well, I'm glad I'm not going into a dungeon right now, because that's laggy. Do you have any cute critters? have that one. I'll take that little guy. Alright, let's see about changing some clothes. First, we are going to reset this. Alright, minions. Really? Okay. Originally conceived by an Illuminati machinist as a means of displaying their society's scientific superiority, the schematics for this automaton were stolen along with the secret recipe for goblin cheese during Bray Flox's now legendary raid of an Illuminati stronghold. Cool. Alright, I want... Do I want my capybara or my fat cat? What are you? Oh, you're a tiny little rodent. I don't know what you are. All the people. I forgot I could search. Let's see. Find fat cat. Not aft. Okay, I have my fat cat. We are going to check out my clothing options. Alright, do I have... I do not. Do I not have any of these? Why is that locked? Oh, the dye part is locked. Okay. Alright, I have Claws of the Beast. But I don't have false nails. Why is my dog losing his mind? Hold on. Okay, so set this to do its thing. Okay. Alright, what about the feet? Do I have the feet? Search. Well, that's annoying. I don't have anything. Alright, let's look at glamour plates. What do I have that I could wear? That's kind of cute. I don't hate that. No, I don't want to wear that. It's not quite Christmas time. It's a little too soon for Christmas. I forget this one has bat wings on it. Little bitty wings. She doesn't have the horns in this one. Why does she not have horns? Okay, let's see. Oh, I hate that color. Alright, I think we're gonna go with this for now. I do want to change her hair later. Let's go ahead and apply that. Okay, so I have to go talk to Geode. But before I do that, I'm so broke. See my retainers. That one made me a little bit of money. Excuse me. Let's see, it's currently selling for 140. Wow, this is actually selling again? Cool. So I can't buy the vampire vest? Or do they just not have any? Interesting. hate the big bow on the back. I don't like the big goofy bows. What's this one look like? Yeah, I didn't think I could try that on. Okay, so I don't wonder if it's an item from the shop. Those are super expensive. Okay, so these are currently like 68K on my server. Might be able to find them cheaper on a different server. I wonder if those come from the... I'll have to look. Alright. Silk bottoms are not bad. How do they look on my girl? Definitely not gonna wear them in plaid. Okay. They're not bad. I definitely have to fix the coloring. Okay, so I guess it's time to get to work. Suck at any combat because I have not played in forever, so have some patience, bear with me, and please be kind. Alright, we're going to Neon Stein. Claw in the dark. Oh. Is anybody gonna talk? Sorry, I was off my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. I love his hair. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. A little bit. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Maybe. Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. Twould certainly be more effective for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west of the recreation zone then. Shadowy and I'll take the east. Bye-bye. Very well, we shall enter patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. Words are hard. It's gonna be a long night. Alright, let's talk to Geode again. Get the buttons. Alright, let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Certain duties required 1 or more NPCs in accompany you. Yeah. I've seen this before. As long as you remain in the same area, NPCs will accompanying you will remain at your side, even using teleport or Aethernet. It is possible to ride, mount, or swim while escorting NPCs. Please note, however, they will not appear at your side until you dismount or leave the water. You may also speak with them while escorting them. Furthermore, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer you additional topics of discussion. Why is that tutorial popping up again? It's all new. It hasn't changed. Alright, sir, let's go. Are the sentries and airwheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming Alis is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Buddy, that wasn't really the queen. Alright, let's discuss. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had to work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning. Or afternoon. The worst I ever got on was what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Aw. Alright, left or right? Let's go this way because you're closer. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know it's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant, until it happened. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers of the 5,000 slots available. Over 3,800 have already been filled. So, if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Shadowy, a word? I feel like there's a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. People are still deathly afraid fights are going to break out over the Neo regulators. That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. The fights are likely to break out. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? People are still deathly afraid. That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we're acutely aware of it already. Okay, that the victim wasn't wearing a regulator. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this is a pattern or not. Where am I going? Okay, all the way around. You can tell I haven't been in here in a while. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of the names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Yeah, that would suck. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Hey Breezy, how's it going? Thank you for getting your wolf cuddle. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Are you sleepy? Oh no, don't get a cold. That sucks. I was mildly surprised when school started the kiddo didn't immediately bring a cold home to share. Because it happens every year without fail almost. Hopefully if you do get one, it's very, very mild and you get over it very quickly. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators. I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clean away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Shadowy, I think it's time we rejoin Kryl and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just out of true view? Let's get going. Excuse me. Maybe that's not the best shirt for overhead views. I'm a little exposed. So essentially you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. While the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone, we don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulators at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. So Kalik has chosen the least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. And what of the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Bodies. Sorry, dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? The Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. Pixie! What are you doing? Hi, Chasing Dreams. How are you? How was the end of your stream, Pixie? Breezy, Noby. You guys are awesome. Thanks for coming over. Of course, ads are going on right now, too, I think. I like mom hugs. You can keep the coffee. So how did your island end up? Did it do your shout out? It did. Good. You know what? Breezy also needs a shout out. Because if you're not following Breezy, which I think most of you might be, you should be. Breezy and Pixie are both very cozy places to hang out. Go do the thing. No hiding. Yes, if any of you need to raid and run, please do so. I totally get it, because I know Pixie was streaming for quite a while today. And you guys were there most of the day. So go take care of yourselves, get stretches, get drinks, get snacks, take your vitamins, do all the things. But if you want to hang out here, that's cool too. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but no one knew what had become of it. That both sides speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. Bye, peoples. Bye, chasing dreams. In that case, we should confirm if the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Shadowy, we need your help. I've lost control of the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Crap. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Where are we going? What the heck, dude? Not cool. Need to feed the children, they're needy. Totally fair. I get it. Go take care of the babies.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Oh, he wasn't trying to hurt him. Hope you dudes have a great stream. Hope you have a great stream at night, my dudes. Have a great night too, Pixie.
Are you alright?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
No regulator on either one of them.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
That's not good.
Go to them, quickly! Wyaquay!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape.
I mean, you don't look like you're in great shape, dear. Oh, crap.
Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
I hope not.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. I'll just take the money. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm not. I have to go down to get out, right? Isadora's going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. The sentry was behaving normally, like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as... Wakawi? I know I got that wrong. Set word. Some of the names in this game are so hard to say. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we'll need to find him. But why? Something happened. Possibly. We're not sure, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Thank you for getting your wolf cuddle, Nobi. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayaki has one too. I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding areas, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Yes, boss. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. Wayaki's voice cracks forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me. There's no response. Excuse me. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Sir, I'm gonna need you to pick up your communicator and talk to me. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. I'm now realizing I don't think I've ever seen footage from this. Oh, yeah, this is the newest area.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
This is the end of anything that's current. Well, the beginning of the end? I'm at the very start of 7.3.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure.
I like his voice. I don't know who his voice actor is.
I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Yeah, definitely post Dawn Trail. Dude, what did he just do?
That dust.
Oh, that's not cool.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
No, 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 no.
Shit.
Crap. He's out of ammo. I think that's one way to do it.
You can't be here. You need to run now.
Oh no, it was a trap.
A trap.
Yeah, don't find too many cuss words surprising. So when they do, it's like, okay.
Take care of the others, eh?
No, 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 no. Don't do that. No. Please don't do this.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
You guys need to hurry.
Geode!
Apparently, I was not prepared for this today.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
You can count how many times you've actually cried playing this game. This is definitely one of those times. Yeah, I can see why. I know one of the times that got me, and all I'm gonna say is little kids in the snow.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ethan now?
It makes a big difference, dude.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance.
You remember the quest I'm talking about, don't you? I believe you're with Alice. Yeah, that whole section. I think I was trying to do a bunch of quests that night, and I actually had to stop playing that night and go do something else.
I promised to halt my harvest.
No, I'm not sure I'm willing to give you the key. Yes, in heaven's word. You would seek only you would only seek other victims. You played through the story like 3 times fully. Nice.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Over my dead body, dude. So now I have the container of the ether? Like... You think that's the eventual idea? Could be. Probably is, Nobi. Man. Don't step in the white dust. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. If a reflection stolen aether allowed for many more endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Crowd, what is wrong with you? Who could think that? Not I. You're the one saying it. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Shadowy. It falls to us. We must, and we will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Hey Macus, how you doing tonight? Give Macus a shout out. You were playing super late last night. How was your gaming? Cool. At some point, I'll figure out which ones of these are best. You're welcome. We could return to the back room. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. It was fun. You beat 2 games. That's awesome. I'll ask Wayaki to meet us there as well. Oh, poor girl.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calix, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calix for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Girl.
Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Good luck, Cryo.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calix is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
I can't with the Lalafels, man. Ugh. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kasiwa? I still can't say her name either. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kasiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you're a shoulder to spare. Right then, let's go out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Sure, let's go. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. Sure. I don't think I've flown one of these before. These air wheelers are something. Jeanolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. These are actually cool looking. Sometimes Geo would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship has always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. You can get it as a mount? That's cool. Is it hard to get? Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. I'm glad they didn't make me fly and read all that. Phew, that helped clear my head a touch. We are in ads, aren't we? Alright. No, you just need Gil. There's a vendor in S9 that says them for 7.5 million. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a broke girl. I don't even have a mill right now. So there's a vendor in S9. I'll write that down, but it'll definitely be a while before I ever get there. Unless you find someone selling it on the market board for less, but I doubt anyone does. Oh, I doubt it too. Do you know the name of it though? So I could look it up later? You know, Shadow, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. I'm kind of hoping it has something for me to fight. Waiting for my Siberians to start bringing in actual money, then I can start splurging on stuff like that. Nice. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. You've only bought one? Cool. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Loaf's on lap. Oh, thank you. How you doing tonight, Dana? Do you see what game I'm playing, Dana? Ahem. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? You're good procrastinating packing. I thought you were packing last night, no? Well, don't procrastinate too long. You don't want to have to rush out the door. But I get it. I always wait till last minute. And you're welcome for the shout out. Anybody who's not following you should be, because you play a lot of fun, cozy games too. Like Final Fantasy XIV and what?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa. I'm never gonna remember that, but I'm gonna try. I am on Excalibur, Primal Excalibur. Anyways, you have everything picked out to go in the bag. You just need to put it in the bag. That's fair. The hard part is picking out what you want to put in the bag. And not forgetting your toothbrush.
Will you raise a glass?
Sure, let's get drunk. Wait, don't do that. What server do you play on, Breezy? I don't remember that one either.
What are the two of you doing here?
Having a drink. What's it look like?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
She looks so sad.
I suppose I could spare a moment.
Started on Primal, moved to Crystal after my ex broke up with me, so I didn't have to run into him or his FC in game. Now I'm on Dynamis. Gollum. Nice. Not that you had to move, but... And Dana, where do you play? Aren't you on Dynamis too? See, yeah. Breezy's on Dynamis. Kraken. This seems to be going pretty quick. Am I going to end up having to do the dungeon on stream?
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Yes, tell us lots of stories.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode.
I thought about moving to Maduin or Rafflesia, but your FC is almost max rank, and you really love your personal and FC house. You know you won't be able to get those plots if you move. Yeah, that's hard when you're settled and you have everything the way you want it. I need to decorate the inside of my house. I have the outside decorated. I like it.
I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
You got the houses when demolition was turned off, and both Lavender Beds and Shiro were a ghost town. Oh, cool. I don't think I've ever actually been inside Shiro, honestly. I might have stepped in there just to make sure it was unlocked, but like that was it. My house is on the beach. For this character, both my characters have houses on the beach. You live Shiro game? Cool.
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Nothing.
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. A pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access, and that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I could see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course.
Can't wait for 7.4 and the glamour update. There's a glamour update coming.
Right. Time we got back to work.
I'm so far
Thank you,
behind.
everyone.
What's the glamour update, Breezy?
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore.
Oh, give it a minute. The waves will hit you. Off and on.
Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
When you glamour your gear, anything glammed will not be restricted to job, role, or level. Really? That would be friggin' awesome. You glamour your healer gear on your tanks, etc. Dude, that's gonna be so cool. You said it's coming to 7.4? Or gather a gear on your combat classes. I don't remember what my gatherers are wearing, honestly. Some of it's not bad looking. Hoping they'll lift the racial requirements too. That's very wishful thinking. I mean, that would be awesome too, Dana. I know I was talking with my kiddo. I think it was with my kid, maybe not. About how certain shirts look different on different races, and it's super annoying. I can't remember I think it was the hempen top. Maybe not. There was one top that I really loved how it looked, but then I got it. Okay, yeah, that one. I really loved how it looked, and then I put it on my character and I hated it because it didn't look the way I thought it looked. It was not the same, and I was sad. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. It's mainly like the hempen top that's been around since 1.0, I think. So if I recall, a lot of the really old stuff cannot be changed due to screwy spaghetti code. I mean, but they need to fix the screwy spaghetti code. Just like the same reason we never get to have a glam dresser outside of an in-room. Yeah. I want the female Elysian top on literally everything else. Now I'm gonna have to go look up that top, because I don't remember what that one looks like, Dana. I'll make myself a note to look it up. I saw an outfit last week when I was doing the cactpot, and I actually wrote down what the person was wearing because I really liked it, and apparently I don't have any of the parts, and I think at least part of it is from the shop. The vampire vest was the top, The bottoms were the wind silk bottoms. The Archeo skin boots. And then they had false nails on. Which I would leave my Claws of the Beast on instead, but yeah, I have to go look and see why I don't have the vampire top, because that seems like something I would have bought at some point, but apparently I don't have it. The pants are like 20k. Oh, that's from a tribe quest? At some point I need to do all of those. I have not completed any of the tribe quests. I really should. The shoes are craftable. Well, that's good, because the shoes are selling for like 68k right now on this server. So the shoes were stupidly expensive. And the pants, like I said, I think were like 20k. I need to work on my crafters. They are not where they should be. And I did a lot of leveling by just buying the things that I needed and turning them in. I think it's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Krile for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from the reservation and establish an organized resistance within Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. So what are your plans, Shadowy? Apparently whatever these people calling want. Shadowy, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. My nose itches. Alright, let's go. Alright, where are we going? What's your favorite mount, Breezy? Or Dana? Shadowy, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but that... but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. Breezy, is that you? As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you'd be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. I want that mount, but I have no idea how to get it. That's the one that changes shape, right? Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear that something is not right here. Oh, your cinnamon roll breakfast, dude. It's the end of Eureka and the Beldies. I haven't done Eureka. Let's see. Do I even have a favorite mount of the ones I have? It's the achievement for completing the raid. Okay. I'm not good at raids. Dude, what is that guy? Oh, puppy. That's Ferret's joke, though. I call it the golden fluff of death. Dude, puppy. Okay, I was getting ready to get on my puppy, but he doesn't have 3 heads. Puppy. Torgal, best buddy. He looks so tiny with me on him. That's doing from the end of Baja. Okay. Yeah, haven't done that either. There's so much I haven't done. What are you doing? How do I get off my mount? Breezy. Ma'am, you don't have to do that. Are you sure you want to do that? Thank you. I'm gonna hop down now. Complete the trade, yes. Get down. What? Ma'am, you're gonna make me cry. Can I get down, please? There we go. You're very tiny. You are very, very tiny. That should tide you over. Thank you, Breezy. I think my Makito might be about your size. Mikote, not Makito. I don't know why I said Makito. I was thinking of taquitos. You were so tiny. I made my girl, though, I think as tall as I could make her. Your minimum height, and I think mine is the tallest. I think I need to restart. Be back later. Alright, take care, Dana. Yeah, I made my girl as tall as I could. And then I think my... I could use you as like a little hand rest. I just put my hand on the top of your head. You do not. You're like belly button height. Rib cage. Bottom of the rib cage. I need more water. Oh, you've got the little pupper. Your aura is even shorter. Nice. I made one, but I don't think I ever played her. I have some characters scattered across different servers and stuff. I have Thylander. I have the other version of the... God, what are the humans? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The other human looking one. I do have an Elizin somewhere. I have a Viera. You don't like super tall. Honestly, minimum height Viera is about as tall as I like. I have an Elizin. I might do something to fix that. Minimum height is still too tall for your preference. That's fair. Is my cat girl the tallest I can make her or the shortest? I don't... Now I have to look because I don't remember. She was my main for the longest time. I made this one because I didn't want to leave my guild, my FC. And I also didn't want to transfer servers because I had a house. Or no, is she just in an apartment? No, she's still in an apartment. I think this might be the only one with a house. Yeah, she has an apartment full of stuff. I didn't want to move. But mostly I didn't want to leave the FC she is in, so I made this one to play with new friends. And then I also have my Rothgal, because I had to make a female Rothgar. Dana did a really amazing glam G-pose of her one night for me. It's very pretty. I have to find a picture. Alright, let's see. Where am I going? Over here. I'm gonna run this way. Back to Disney Dreamlight Valley. Enjoy the story. Thank you. Enjoy Dreamlight Valley. I am all caught up over there, unfortunately. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those Neo regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. It's gone up since we started. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? It seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who aren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. No, you're going to watch everyone you know and care about die and forget. That's not happily ever after, bro. It's living with your head in a cloud. And not a good cloud either. Thank you again, Breezy. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors that there are a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on her well-being, have you? Well, I can say things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. But I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper. We must cast it out. What? Dude, you're weird. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? The tensions are running high. Their fear is palpable. Let's go with that one. Yes, that's exactly it. People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Oh no. Shadowy, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphino. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Yes, we should. I do love this, that we seem to just magically transporting to places instead of having to very slowly make our way there. I am not the fastest traveler.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion.
What the hell?
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
That's not cool.
Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
Can't with the Lalas.
Be you stoic
They're
or
so
generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Dude.
Thou, Wuglamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become
She's
endless,
pretty.
there are no more
Very pretty
neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
Okay, ads have started again. So I think I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna run and get some more water and use a little streamer's room. So if you guys need a break or a stretch, go do that and we'll be back about the time the ads end. Frosty. What'd Frosty say? Now a verse from our collective tale in the realm of Shadow Wolf Fireheart chats aglow. Breezionics fashion tips a steady flow. Old Glam can't roam free, spaghetti codes whoa. While Dana dreams of elephant tops in tow, Tiny Miko's height a point of jest. Mini Vera's fine, but Elizon's a test. A wild Dino in chat, an escapee at best. Back to DVD for Story Quest. That's awesome. I love Frosty. Anyway, I will be right back. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Go get a drink, go get a stretch, and be right back. Alright, we are back. Thanks for sticking around through the ads, guys. Alright.
No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Welcome back.
Easy
Thank
for
you,
you
Nobi.
to say when you have that regulator.
Let me set an alarm so I don't forget to feed my dog. Hold on.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulisyola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Well, to be fair, their queen's been dead for how many centuries? They just didn't know it. Calix has access to the core system, which means that if he chooses to do so, he can deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Baklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliyoyo. Yeah, I can't say that word either. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we will be able to pick up the pace once the Lands Guard arrives. In which case, we'd best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calix is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. That is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuli, yeah. We'd gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. Words are hard. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Waklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made to her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There was so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. I know Waklamat gets so much hate. I like her. I like her character. In the end, I think you both found the friend that you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. What am I, chopped liver? How could we? We'd not be here without... We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Gulja. Gulja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd missed you. Alisei and the others said you were here. Good news, Shadowy. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We've discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. Excuse me. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Oh, it's time to do a dungeon. I'm not prepared to do a dungeon. Hopefully the queue doesn't take a real long time. Oh, I guess we're not going up there just yet. Ready to head on up? Next stop, 10th level. Sweet, we're not going in there yet. How far? Oh no, we're still a couple of quests away. Okay.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Okay, that's funny because I thought cats could see well in the dark.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Krile and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City.
Yes.
As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols.
Smart.
After a grueling search, We finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Sound like you need one of Jeanalt's energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Okay, well, you actually need a good night's sleep.
In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
She's ready for a fight. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that could help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is northeast of here. So up over here or over here? Oh, hi Pikes and Lady. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in everybody. How are you doing tonight? Pikes and Lady raid with the small, I can't say that. From our casa to yours, our familia is your familia. Well, welcome in everybody. I'm doing good. Just playing some Final Fantasy tonight, finally. So we should cut across a circular chamber in the middle, yes? We should, but... Welcome in, lady. How are you tonight? Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. Welcome, King. Is it Isaiah? Isaiah? How do you say that? What do you prefer to go by? We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some sort. Can't you know, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching. Words are hard. Searching, shall we? There we go. I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Okay. Begin searching the containment complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Barring, I don't know, words. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay. A few documents sit in an untidy stack upon the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. How's streaming going? It's going good. Indecipherable notes remain pinned to a notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Stream is going good. How was yours? Don't feel like you have to stay if you need to go take care of yourself. Go get food, drinks, stretches. I totally understand if you need to take care of yourself. But feel free to hang out if you want to. Shelving unit holds some office supplies, little else of note. It was good you played some Fortnite. I saw that. Are you doing the, don't they have like the Simpsons in there right now? You scan the bin's interior hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there then. I'm not even sure where people kept their personal belongings in this day and age. Well, not in the trash. Yes, for about 2 more weeks, you think. Cool. This appears to be the only desk with drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner left some things behind. Well, rifle through the desk. You define a card-shaped object. Electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Yes, ma'am. Scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. You hold the card up, Chuck, to the scanner. It's open. You did it, Shadowy. And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with the outdated circuit. I'm curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be held once we venture further inside. Let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good. Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble across the card we need. Let's start a search in the proto-lab. The door is already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted in that large device looks like to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Gulja mentioned a locker over in that corner he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking with your comrades will help you investigation. Why are words so hard? No. Alright, let's look around. Appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Skim through the entries. Words are hard. Words are very hard. That was loud. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is is the refined ideal notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blind brilliance. This morning I was permitted access to the top floor and observed the workings of the living memory. As predicted, the shortage of aether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual failing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist in the research project in the Deutero lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, in details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. And that's the end of the files, okay? I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At least we have achieved the target value set by Master Calix. Though I've become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. He said it was 158, right? Yeah, 158. Okay. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calix are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Okay? These notes seem to be about the research they did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting interference candidate 201930. To be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, a maximum value of 11509. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alrighty then. One more. Experiment 163, a new proposal produced the result of 9834. I take notes. I absolutely take notes. I have been taking notes since I first started playing EverQuest. I take notes in almost every game I play, actually. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. That's cool, we do the same thing. Awesome. I've run into a few people who do that, which makes me feel better about it. Yeah, I have a notebook on my desk for Dreamlight Valley, Palia, my time at Portia, one that's got like Final Fantasy stuff in it. I also have post-it notes in case I need just a small note. It looks so complicated. I'll have to ask Shale to teach me how to use these machines. Okay. Cryle, anything to say? This machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. God, I hope not. Alright, let's see. You've gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination. Sure. How many numbers do I have to put in? Since the number keys on the... Select the number keys on the pad to input the combination. Enter up to 5 digits and then press confirm. Did it. Sweet. The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security guard. Shadowy, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Still, it should open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Shadowy. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine them to be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of the preservation, if you recall. That's fair. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you could read more in the other tablet here. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deterro lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way. Which will hopefully yield our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any use for it anymore. Okay. Card number 2. Yes, it opened. Excuse me. So where should we go first? The Deterro lab or the facilities? Start with the lab. Sure. Door. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting power restored to the lab, shall we? Yep. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in the Heritage Found. But how does this send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads downhall directly to the lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. Play with the buttons on the floor. What about the patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to flow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path The rest of us can help by supplying Shadowy with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Sure. I go push buttons. Okay. That's cool. Oh, I already read that. Touch a button. Can I touch the button yet? You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct position to access the control panels to configure the circuitry. Let's try that. Let's talk to people first. I was able to get a glimpse of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose one of each. Only one of each can be set at each time. Okay. So no duplicates. Generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running, the circuit is fixed. We'll have a power supply ready to go. Okay. Take a look at this diagram. There's a note at the bottom left, about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that's a square at the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that he's working on. Okay. The bottom right is a square, the top right is half a circle. Not talk to. There appears to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. To our right. You've connected the circuits. Inform your comrades of success. Welcome back from ads, guys. Thank you for sticking around. It worked. We did it, Shadowy. The Daturo lab is now fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shill, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation in the Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandria Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions founded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. Gonna lurk and eat dinner right quick? Okay, enjoy your lurk, hun. Enjoy your dinner, too. That's an important thing. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I only met him once. Before the Storm Surge began, I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet he still published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was when the war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they may have spared me reports on the endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he was ever the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that morality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Just money. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that? I don't know what that is. Sorry for your eyeballs. That was very bright. The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Shadowy has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Mammalia relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can all see the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? I don't know. Crystal itself is the key? That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. Guys, we gotta stop doing the white light. The key remained shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by the preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to be highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. Okay, that light messed with my eyes. The lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security guards. Why are they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? That's a good question. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere? No, probably not. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Shadowy. Oh, at level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in here again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered the substantially abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can flow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Shadowy's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? I don't know. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was crudely deleted, so I was able to restore the data. Though, if you'd like to see it, well, yeah. Alright, I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
I like the color of their jackets.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different. In too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh no.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Really? You couldn't just let her leave? She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data. The man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as the Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the echo. Knowing you saw them as they were. Your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and the Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. Well, to the director's office. If we could stop the blinding light, that'd be really great, though. Scanning device, wait silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. You hold key level 3, you hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. I can read, I swear. There we go, let's head inside. Now to find the data relay. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Shadowy, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Yes, ma'am. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Shadowy. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Yep. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the tablet. Well, examine the tablet. Let's look at daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. The remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resonators of 2 Mamalia researchers. Major incident details in full report. Those 2 net Mamalia broke with the Preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. This complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Okay. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I'll proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. Seriously? As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise. It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, the facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Something is strange about this wall. I could have sworn it flickered for a moment. It seems solid enough now. Cool. There's where the door is. Let's talk to Sphene. Shale says this room is too small. How could that be? Well, because there's a hidden wall. Or a fake wall. Does this display do anything else? I don't know. These drawers have the only big heavy books in them. I would have filled them with snacks. Sorry. Oh, but maybe the books are hiding something. I'll check. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen what will be able to do. Though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Okay. So a coffee machine. Find a crumpled note wedged between file binders. Okay, secure room lift access. Requires passwords to be inputted simultaneously in the terminals in the lab, the proto lab, the other lab, and the director's office. So we need to put in 3 codes at once. Perhaps the discovery would be of interest to Shale. Yeah, probably. Collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. You've located Director Demetrius. Oh, I already read that. Can I open the locker? Door to the locker swings open easily. Well, that's not at all creepy. Dude, this guy was obsessed. Alright, before I talk to Shale, I'm gonna take like 2 minutes. I'm gonna run down and feed my dog. And then we can keep going for a little bit longer. As long as we don't get too many more of the white flashes of light. Because that already... Sorry, hold on. That's already started a headache, unfortunately. So, I'll be right back. Give me just like 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. Let me push the button. Make sure I shut the alarm off. Welcome back. Thank you, Nobi. My phone says I have 28 updates available. Okay. Alright, let's talk to Shale. Have you found something? Yes. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed by electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be the wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what, I can't remember her name. Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be, or you can pass right through it. It isn't what it always appears to be. Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for the passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. And I'll take the other lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed here, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people might be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, it may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the Turo lab duty then. We can keep in touch via the communicator to match our timing. Shadoway, you'll have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, you'll take your places at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wakalma and Kryl through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you could figure it out. Smash it. Needs a 3rd gem. Alright. Was there anything? Was there a gem in the locker? Or just all the weird pictures? No, okay. Two jewels are embedded in this electrope plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. Should be a ruby. There also appears to be an empty slot for another gem to fill. Okay. I'll keep searching the drawers of the books. I found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Solve the puzzle? You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit and then connect this circuit to that one, there. Huh, there was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be an Alexandrite. They see these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the passwords. Okay, you do that. The glowing The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. A floor plan of the complex. As you continue studying the display, you realize these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the password you were looking for. Okay, so Sapphire is the Protolab. Alexandrite is the director's office. Okay. Garnet is the other lab. The glowing words appeared to be handwritten. What does it say? Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandria's have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you asked Fiend, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name came from a gemstone. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Alright, symbolism of Alexandrite. I was taught Alexandrite... words are getting harder. I was taught that an Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandrian's name. So this one is protection. Oh, are you thinking it has something to do with the passwords? Yes. A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite is protection, sapphire is honesty, and a garnet is devotion. We should try these words at terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Excuse me. You've gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go here. Waklamot and Krell are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Waklamot in the Prolab. What word should she enter? Sapphire. So honesty. Prolab. Devotion. And protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. I'm so glad that worked. The secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Weklamont and Kryl rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Kafkiwa. I have to remember that at some point. Kafkiwa.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data? I'm so confused.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been.
Well, crap.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I don't think we can.
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about the Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let us head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about the Preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Shadowy, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. But, we've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Pretty sure it means we're gonna take the fight to Dude. Oh look, Erenville arrived. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I am still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nonetheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alice and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Shadowy, Kryla and I think we should talk to Grossen before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we will be acting against the wishes of all those who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosen will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. So I'm thinking we're like a conversation or two from a dungeon. We've been going like 3.5 hours. If you guys are up for it, I can queue for the dungeon and see if it pops fairly quickly. If it's gonna take too long though, I might have to come back to it another time. Where's the door? There it is. Because I don't want to just sit in a queue all night. Resolution. And I can't guarantee I won't die multiple times during the dungeon. In fact, I can probably guarantee you I will die frequently. I'm a good little floor tank. I lay there and hold the floor down.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
Oh.
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option.
Congratulations on getting first, and thank you for your wolf cuddles. How are you doing?
And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course.
Fighting a migraine has been a long day. I'm so sorry. If you can't stick around long because screens are hard on migraines, I totally understand. But I'm glad you showed up.
It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
By grieving.
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Who's that? Oh wow.
For the
How'd it go
longest
with your
time,
mom?
we've been protected by Queen Sphene
If you want to talk
and
about
the
it.
systems
How's
put
she
in
doing?
place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
When did this kid get so smart?
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis.
The CT said everything looked good, but she should call her orthopedic doctor to schedule an MRI to make sure she didn't tear any muscles or ligaments. Well, I'm glad everything looks good so far. Hopefully now she'll start listening and use something for support when she needs to. I know, we can be really stubborn as we get old, though. Older.
You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion.
You hope so too. Understandable.
I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
Smart girl.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about.
Okay, I completely forgot his name was Malachite. I was trying to remember who Malachite was.
We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will.
Excuse me.
Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Not if they make you forget. You wouldn't know. I'm gonna head out and try and get some rest. Just want to at least stop in and say hello. Well, thank you for stopping in and saying hello. Take some meds, get some water, sit in the dark if you need to. I hope you feel better and get a good night's sleep. And thank you for stopping by. If I forgot to say it. Thank you, you're welcome.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
So are we acknowledging her? What?
No, that wasn't. What I meant to say was.
Yeah, you are still queen, honey.
Amity, you used her name.
They all knew.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sveen has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Take your hood off. There you go.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Hopefully I have enough gear to actually do the dungeon. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians, as ever, are stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandrian citizens, their bravery in taking the first step toward change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the slated 5,000. Oh crap. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen. You have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Is he talking to his mother? Yo. Okay, where do we have to go now? Sorry, that was really loud. Y'shtola. Ah, it is good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There are no changes of note aside from the meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we were last here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. Oops. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Sure. A terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. I cannot read. Words are hard. Alright. Where's it want me to go? Something stray in the neighborhood? Oh, that's a quest I actually have active right now. We'll come back to you later. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. Well, for 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and I thought everything I had loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much has remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene, who is too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. I'm so gonna have a headache later. Together we will stand, and together we will fight, or we will rise to the challenge that endless Sphene could not. I like the first one. Alright, you have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let us head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal await the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Shadowy for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of the dreaming endless. A new regular duty has been added to the duty finder. Okay, question is it a 4-man? And can I even get in? The lights of living memory no longer shine. The Mesa Eternal stands in a center. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's 4 people. Average item level of 720. What is my item level? 735. Okay, so I am good to go. We will queue up and see if we can get a group. If not, we may just have to call it a night and find someone to raid out to, because I'm not going to sit in the queue for a long time. Oh, hydrate. You got it, Novi. Thank you. It does say it'll take less than 5 minutes, so we'll see. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, those are all Allegan, this is not. Oh, that was fast. Okay. So unless I'm dead, I might not talk much. I do kind of have to focus because it's been a while since I've had a good fight in here. So we got a black mage and a sage. Nice. It's my 1 billionth time through here. Nice.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down. I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Why am I so slow?
The memories of a physician, one who saves lives, should be reluctant to die. You've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose. visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they can't escape.
Yeah, I'm dead. My dude, where is he? Come on, man. Do I have to beat this thing all on my own? If I do, we're kind of screwed.
Good. I bid you continue on. Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
All these lights are not good for my headache.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
What the heck is that thing?
Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Oh, this is the last part.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. flames rain down without pause or mercy.
Maybe not. What would it
The spark of life was dimmed with every blinding flash.
Oh, crap.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
My bad. I did not run off the edge that time. That was just oops. Bad location planning on my part, for sure. Ah! That hurts. Guys, we're gonna die. Dude, no. Bad, 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 bad. We did it. Alright. Commend the healer for keeping me alive. Grade for the boots. Pass on the boots. Okay, that was fun. Oh, I actually got a commendation. That's cool. I didn't think I would. I'm going nuts.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
I would say about 4 centuries.
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Do we need another key?
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? chill. No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Not cool,
The fear
man.
of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
Oh no.
I got it! I got one!
Dude, what did you do?
4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to!
Dude, you didn't.
I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Okay, that's kind of creepy.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
You should run, dude. Seriously, you should run.
What's going on?
At least one of them was smart enough to run away.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Should Oklahoma already have one? No?
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Well, duh. I mean to win. The key will never be yours. Crazy 11-year-old needs a spanking.
That remains to be seen.
Ages in Acropolis. So it's a party of 8. Alright, hold on. I guess I want pants and boots that I can't wear. Not try on, I wanted to compare it. Okay, the new one, 735, not better, so I'm not gonna put that on. Casters. Okay, so nothing I can put on. Can we get into this as quick as we got into the last one? We'll give it a few minutes and see if we can get in. Let's see. See, it does party-wide magical damage. It's got a cold grip. Alright. Let's see what the kiddo needs. Or is that my husband? Alright, you know what? I'm going to teleport and heal. Or repair my gear, not heal, but... Alright, let's get my gear repaired.
Spectacular.
Okay. Actually, let me see. Oh, 4,200, nice. That'd be nice to sell. Alright, get my other retainer. Give him the rest. Sweet, I'll sell for even more. Alright. Let's go. You know what? I haven't been in my house in a bit. So let's go do that. So here's my house. I have a hot tub. Got a couple of fire pits, a couple of really pretty trees. Nice little place to watch the stars and stare at the water. Inside is very, very bad. Inside is very empty. Well, I guess I did place the makings of a kitchen. But that's it. I don't think I have anything downstairs either. Just a bed and a chair. Alright, 6 of the 11 minutes have passed. So we have 3 out of the 8 people in the queue right now. Where am I going? That's a pretty pink tree. I love the Christmas light trees. Those are from one of the holiday events. That house is new. That wasn't there last time I played. There used to be a really gorgeous house set up back over here. But apparently the owner did not play for a while or something and it got demolished. So now there's somebody new. I like these trees too. Or whatever this is. Cute little area. Little seating area. Alright, the group is half filled. Let's see, what else could I do? Could be Snoopy and go in somebody's house, but that's rude. I mean, to be fair, if they leave it unlocked, they don't care if people come in and look. And some people set up their houses for, like, parties and stuff, clubs. Didn't do what I wanted. I was hoping to land on the... Okay. Let's go fight. Ugh. I need a DPS to click their button.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the
You're gonna be fighting this thing for your title
flesh.
of Shadow Deity. Good luck.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Ah, that's not where you want to be.
There. See, death is upon you. Perhaps this. bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Oh god, where am I supposed to stand? Puddles of crap.
I will reduce you to ether.
I guess it was in the wrong corner.
You will die for me now.
I was not standing in that.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Endless darkness. Okay. This is not good.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them. Fight if you must. There.
Bad things.
You struggle in vain.
I'm on the wrong side.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Till then, fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
I'm just standing where everybody else is. Come on, move. Oh god, this is...
I will reduce you to ether.
I will not be reduced to evil.
Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Till then,
That's my mom's name.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Goodness, girls, just blow it up. Or not.
It's shielded.
Duh.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What do you do now? I'm sorry, what?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure.
What's she gonna do?
This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No. Behave yourself.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
This kid is entirely too smart for his own good.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together! The others.
careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
She's yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Valkona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Waklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Ascians are never far. Great, I thought we were done with those guys. Now we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. Snooze, go away, ads. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Okay, so now we gotta go talk to Sphene in the outskirts. Oh, you know what? There's a repair dude. Since I died multiple times, let's go ahead and fix all my stuff. Super tall and super short. Yes, I am super tall in this one. How are you doing tonight, Zed? Shadow, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breath, Sphene. Erenville and Shell have brought me up to speed. All good here? Nice. Did you get to check out your stream with your brother? First off, just as we feared, those who adopted their neuroregulators appeared to have been enthralled. So far, however, they have not shown any hostility toward others. I suspect this is due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that it seems to be proceeded in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of the events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save. It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Yeah, you ran through a couple things. Looking to go live next weekend. Date and time to be determined. Sweet. Let me know, and I'm going to try and be there. Saturday next weekend, I'm probably not going to stream. Because, Kiddo has a, competition on Saturday. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion, only I'm concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only just serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mausha? I don't know, she works in the fields at Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Are you streaming just on YouTube, or are you gonna do it on Twitch too? What was your plan? Look who it is. Good to see you again. Hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strangely at the same time, though. Popane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at the medical facility. You'll needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. Don't yet. Probably YouTube at first, and then expand it. Okay. It looks like ads are going to start soon, and I don't have any more dismisses, unfortunately. I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also heard that the Queen's Fiend who tried to entice us into becoming endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? An 11-year-old with way too many brain cells? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It is up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope, for me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without, is it Popane? I don't know, and the others. And the outskirts needs all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up the other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating the Levin sickness as well. Hold on one sec. Sorry about that. Wonderful. I should petition Gosen and send the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. Looks that way. By the way, Shadowy, Alphanos told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Tulio. Home. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you of a different favor. Would you mind looking on Gulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Erenville. I ask you... I don't know the name. I believe her name was... She should be able to point you in the direction. If you ask, she'll be able to point you in their general direction. Sounds good. Okay, where am I going? Over there. Is there an opening here I can get through? Somewhere. There we go. Ah, I know that voice, and I'm happy to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Look for Gulja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything or if we had noticed anyone who'd been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and I insisted he take a rest. I can only hope that he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off toward the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. That was weird.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Little bit.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Dude, you're like, what, 6? You did fine. You did what you needed to do.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
Oh, kiddo.
But I'm weak. So weak.
No, honey, you were young. Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Nixon was the youngest vice president? Really? Huh.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Whose weapons are these?
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Okay.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Okay.
Good for you, Galulja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Talk soon? Yeah, I'll be done here soon. I'll send you a message.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Of course. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Alright. Hydrate. You got it, Nobi. I think I still have some water left. I do not. Luckily, the ice melted. Alright, let's see. We need to go over to this one. I do believe we are just about finished. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Promise of tomorrow. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause for a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through so much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen an end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. The lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of the reflections, and yet they failed to explain Calix's knowledge of the primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent that we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. Nah, let him do it. He's fine. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from the containment complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Yes, let me sleep. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow. Yes. It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Sure. Several weeks later. Raha's sleeping in his... in his paperwork.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth merely locked away.
Can we give them all their memories back?
Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussions surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
I just remembered who's his voice actor. If anybody has seen Bridgerton, he is the oldest brother.
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting. If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle, A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenete.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to Bear and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
He's not gonna say anything else? Just no?
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Thought she was still in bed.
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
Kona's gonna be pissed.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
everyone. Begin.
Bright light, bright light.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes. Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
The voices of the past will be your guide. Just not Calix's.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Shadowy. Waklamot is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliyollal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose this time. The vow of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I'll look forward to it. Shall we begin our journey home, then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Waklamot back to Tuliyollal. But what are your plans, Shadowy? Did you have other matters to attend to yet in Alexandria? Off to bed. Good night, Shadow, and thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Noe. Have a great night. Thank you for hanging out. No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back to us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Alright, where do I have to go? Almost done. Good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliyollal a while. We'll be leaving you, Gulja. Whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lama T, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So you would study the way of the blade, Gulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandria affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. Nor fulfilled my promise to the endless fiend. Thank you, Shadowy, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliyollal. You'll always be welcome here. Can I take a vacation now? It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. While I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are, I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliyollal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Shadowy. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I will study and train and to do the best I can. And do the best I can. You've already come far, Guulja, and you'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now. Be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Y'all couldn't let me talk to these people and wanted us all together. Like, Shadowy, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be cause of some consultation. It may smooth introductions were the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. You mean the Scions who disbanded like an expansion ago? 2 expansions ago? Something? Rest assured, Sphene, Etherea's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass if you had never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funeral service. Okay. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continued their journey beyond the clouds. You'll invite our friends, won't you? Yes, of course. I know of Zoraljah by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin, and I'll be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it is a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. She's so determined. Do you recall my first tour through the city after I woke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. I now feel part of this new Alexandria, is large in part thanks to your patient guidance. And so, here I will remain. Shall you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we could delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. This is absurd.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics. Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Okay. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Alright, that is it for 7.3. Alright, so that is also going to be it for tonight. I stayed on much longer than I had planned. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I know right where we're going. I'm gonna raid over into Dana's stream. He's playing some Final Fantasy. So if you could copy the raid message, I would appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the lurks. Thank you again to Pixie for the raid. I appreciate it. You are loved, and I hope you all have a great night. I will be here tomorrow afternoon, and we will be doing some more My Time at Portia. So copy one of those messages if you don't mind, and share it. What do you mean invalid? That was not. Thank you. Anyway, copy a raid message. Post it over in our raid targets message when we get there. Thank you, have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone.
I appreciate it. Oh no, that's not a goldfish. You actually got shouted out earlier, but you're getting shouted out again. 'Cause you're a nerd. Definitely go give her follows and loves and boop, and she is very cozy, comfy tuber. Plays a lot of Palia. My time at Porsche was playing Final Fantasy XIV today. Tell me all about it. I was lurking. I know you had a good time. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing the community over. But for those that don't know me, my name is Dana. I am a Void Floof. I play primarily Final Fantasy XIV. I like to do the more casual sides of crafting, some gathering, housing, G-posing, PvP.